Good morning. Happy Friday. Non-farm payroll Friday. Woo-hoo-hoo, baby. Lots of stuff going on today. Actually, not a lot. This is the non-farm payroll reaction here. That's about that's pretty benign for non-farm payroll. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500, the cash close, live and continuous. And then I'm now also doing a Globex stream starting at 1700 until about 2000, which is 8 o'clock, that covers the Globex opening range breakout and the Asian opening range breakout. I'm just doing that to see if I find any potential opportunities there. So yeah, okay. The purpose of this stream, as I said, is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I do through the trading day is live and real time. But taking that into consideration, first it's important to know that this stream, the purpose of the stream is not for trade or financial advice, because I'm not licensed to do that. And there is a disclaimer in the description here, so please read that. Now, having said that, again, I trade live here on Bookmap. I only trade statistically vetted setups, which means there's nothing, it's not gunslinging or a surprise. If I'm stalking a setup and I see that, for example, the initial balance, one of the initial balance trade setups that I have vetted is setting up, I anticipate that, I discuss that. When I see the trigger, I initiate the trade, and I manage the trade all live here on Bookmap. The other platform, which is my other side here, the other monitors, is Investor RT, which is my charting package. And then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. That's how this stream works. And it's real convenient for me because I'm able to focus on my trading and the market and not be worried about screen snapping or typing in a journal and that kind of thing. And it also provides a completely transparent, 100% transparent and accountable record. I make absolutely no trades off the stream. Everything is live, real-time, live data. And there's no recordings, there's no playbacks, none of that nonsense here. So if that's interesting, then welcome. Okay, we had non-farm payroll at 7:30, so that was the big number. That was the big thing for the day, the big, well, who knows what kind of geopolitical tweets we may get or developments, so that could be part of the problem. But let's look at the numbers here and get into the typical formats. Here is the investing.com, the reports for the day, non-farm payroll. Right there. That's the biggie. This behavior on the part of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, since Trump fired the previous manager because he didn't like the non-farm payroll report, and then they put in a White House employee. Since that time, it's become clear that the pattern is to put a real low forecast. I mean, think about it. 179,000 and the forecast is 85,000. And then whatever the actual is has a tendency to be a green. if you see what I mean. And that seems to be a recurring pattern. So we have to kind of reevaluate what we think, the importance we put on the numbers. And this is, again, investing.com. They only report traditional economic reports, numbers, non-farm payroll, GDP, PMI, Fed interest rates, that kind of thing. And I appreciate that. This is my preferred display to snap and, make a screen snap and to post into Discord or somewhere. And of course, you can filter this for any reports you're interested in. And as you can tell by all these lovely flashing ads around here, it's free. And I keep them free on purpose so that anybody that comes through the stream here can have access to these same resources. That seems important to me. It doesn't do me much good, or you much good, if I am, I'm busy talking about something on my Bloomberg terminal and you don't have $31,000 a year to pay for one. I don't either, but you get the point. So that's where we are here. You can also filter for, advanced stuff. We're in earnings, but that's wound down to pretty much nothing. If you notice that the event titles turn into a URL, so if you don't know what non-farm payrolls for May is about, you can click on that link and go see the recent releases and know who puts it out and the history behind it. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And it's got a couple of different features or different ways to approach the news than investing.com. Also, you can filter this for wherever you are, and it is free. And they tell you this frequently, so there you go. Actually, I keep this running pretty much for the opposite reasons that I do investing.com. Through the day, I don't see an instance here yet, but through the day, they will pull into their calendar non-typical economic numbers or potential, anything that they have recognized has a potential risk to our auction. Trump's going to have suddenly they're going to have a microphone moment or a speech or a signing of something, for example. Or Basenta's going to say something. No political comment here. The point is, as traders today, our mission, our fundamental job is to preserve our account. The basic way that you preserve your account is risk management. If you don't know about a potential risk, you cannot mitigate nor manage it. So I appreciate that they pull these things throughout the day over here, these potential risk events. And again, no political comment at all. Sure, the President of the United States can have a press conference whenever he feels like it. But we should know by now, and I'm sure you do, if you're listening to this, that that can have, even a tweet in Truth Social can have a huge impact. Now they can't pull a tweet into the system here, right? Because who the hell knows? It takes seconds, but you get my point. So let's move on then to the pre-market. And here we have it. This is investing.com, Investor RT. Jesus, I get that wrong every damn day. And here is where we are. Let's get this guy over here. All right. This is yesterday's RTH session. And this is where we closed, where we opened. We sold them off. We are 100% short inventory all night because we are 100% trading below the close. It's actually a gap down because gap is correctly measured from the upcoming RTH Open to the previous RTH close, wherever that may be. So what I would expect here is that we will probably have some initial responsive buying on the open to take some of this profit from the overnights, and then open auction and looking lower. That's my opinion. Over here we have This is the micro composite chart, but just quickly, this is a RTH session. Each candle is one RTH session, and this is the RTH session and the MES. Excuse me, the MES. There is Thursday or Tuesday or Wednesday. Here is Thursday, and here we are trading down here where this white nub is. So we are, as you see, we are trading basically right at the lows of yesterday, pretty close. And you look at it up here, there's the RTH Open from yesterday. Here's the low for the ETH, and we're just a couple of ticks above one, and we're 5 ticks exactly above the previous RTH low from yesterday. So we are in range, but we're gapped down because of the open. Also, here in IRT, the header of any of these windows has the header name, which, you know, the window name, which is meaningless to you, but there's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always see what you're looking at. This is the mini ES, mini NQ, the mini, micro, and the micro ES, high time frame chart, which I call my micro composite. Again, it's each one of these candles represents an RTH trading session. Wherever price overlaps, I continue to move this volume profile, and that generates a micro composite VPOC. It also generates these values, which are represented by the red and green lines here, and those values push automatically to Bookmap. Those are high and low volume nodes for this profile. This is market profile, which I do not change from micro to mini. I do change it from full session to RTH. What are we doing up here? Well, 102% volume, looking back over 20 trading periods for this time of day. And here's our ATR at the moment for a 1 minute candle. Doop. Now, let's go to, and also the session prices are pushed automatically to Bookmap from IRT. Forgot that part. Bookmap. Well, this is, again, where I execute, trade live, real time, and I'm going to show you that a danger that happened to me this morning. First of all, this is Blue Boy, and this is just a vertical line, which I slap on the first print of each session. You can see, I'm not lying to you. There's the first print of the ETH session, or RTH session yesterday, and here's our Globex. Now, why do I do that? Well, if I glance to my left and see Blue Boy, or adjust it so that I do, I also know that this column right here is the active data column. This is live, market, ticking live right here. I know without question that I have the entire session in view, and I understand context, which I believe to be really important. If it's out here like this, oops, sorry about that. If it's out there, I don't know. Where'd this word price come from? Where's it going? I got no idea. But now I have absolute understanding of the session, trade of the session, and the context of the session. So there's that. Now the columns from right to left, micro composite, where I enter these various values manually. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And this is the full session volume profile. This started plotting last night at 1600 and will continue, at 1700, and will continue through 1600 today. Typically, it resets, the following 1700, but this is Friday, so this will start up again at 1700 on Sunday evening. This is not the ETH, this is the Globex, the full session. So this will plot through the day. Here we have the RTH volume and profile and delta profiles, and my statistics column, which is real important, and these are the session prices. This is the liquidity of the book. I no longer have the DOM columns over here. So this is the liquidity of the book. And the only place I can trade live is either hotkey from my keyboard or in this active data column. This is resting liquidity, and these are prices. There's no indicators on my book map or my IRT. There are only, I need to function on the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. And I do. Only price, levels in action, volume, and statistics. Case closed. There's a POC for the full session, which is a muted yellow. There's a POC for the RTH. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 75.61 is the price at which we've traded 49.56 contracts, which is the most in the overnight session so far. The nanosecond that one of these other prices trades 4,957, that POC is going to move there. That's it. Same way with the RTH when it starts. The Globex VWAP, volume weighted average price, the RTH volume weighted average price, and the mid. How simple can it get, eh? Now, some of these lines can often confuse, like the initial balance high and low. Because of the name, I don't know who decided it would be called the initial balance, but I can tell you that what those two values represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Case closed. There's a well-known, well-understood, and often looked at statistic associated with the initial balance high and low. It is not a thing until the first hour is completed. So that's why I guess a lot of people watch them. Now, the next thing we're going to do here is determine the statistic open type for the day. And that's also very simple. Only two criteria. If we open right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Session prices, previous close, RTH close right there. It's lower, isn't it? How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, better be careful because there's the low. High is obviously way up here. So at this moment, we are lower in range. So I'm going to change the column title like this to lower in range. And I do that so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I don't have to go through this calculation. I can just look at that and I know exactly the relationship and the data that would be involved. The next thing we need to do is remove the statistics from yesterday because we're going to go get the new statistics for today and enter them by their associated price level. Clear all the notes. Yes, sirree, Bobby. Okay, let's look over here at where do the statistics come from? Coincidentally, the statistics and this is a study. So lower in range is what we're going to be. And I'm going to refresh this. Ooh, right here. You notice that that's, whoa, what happened here? Yes, we want to do that. Okay. So what happened? Well, this was yesterday. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. We've already determined it's going to be a lower in range likely today. It could be lower out of range if they drop it down any further, but let's stick with where we are now. So this is also very simple. The system looks back at the most recent 1,801 trading days. Of those days, we opened lower in range 525 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 81.9% of the time. overnight mid. $81.9. Boom. That's just as difficult as this is. This is the quintessential keep it simple, right? So I'm just now going to move down the list. 81.0 is the POC. Then we're going to go to the previous close. That's all there is to it. So I'll just do that now. 81.0 is the overnight volume point of control. Previous close, 73.5. And the only thing that's going to really piss me off is if they run it down out of range real quick and screw up my statistics. But we're going to keep going with the usual suspects here. The next important thing to look at would be the, and I'm glad of this, 69.0 is the initial balance high. Now that is right there, a green label. So that is whatever I said it was, 69.0. And I always put IBH. Why the initials? Well, the minute we open, this flag will not be here anymore. It's going to be down above price. Remember, it's just the high and low of the first 1 hour. So it moves up and down for the first 1 hour. And it doesn't move down. High will move up, low will move down. Once it gets a high, it doesn't regress from one of the levels. Sure that that's the right word. Previous POC is 67.2. So let's go right over here and go. I don't know why that's not showing correctly, but 67.2 PPOC. Oh, too many letters there. There we go. Again, previous POC, because the minute we open, this is going to be associated with the current auction. Overnight low, 65.5. And now I need to go do something here that I am remiss in, and that is the TLab snap, which I do every day at about 8:20. And that is, hold on, this is why I don't multitask well. This is an example of why I don't do that. I've got to get this screen snap and pasting this into the new deal. One thing for, it's like chewing gum and walking, right? So what I do every day, I make 2 posts in the Traders Lab. One is the reports and stuff for the day, and the other is this tab right here. And it is essentially just my way of, contributing a little, giving back, shall we say, to and for the folks in there that don't have the same kind of charting capability and so don't have access to all of these numbers. What is the TLab? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, started by a guy named Tom B. and continues to be led by him. He is a professional trader, started about 48 years ago. He's like me, older than dirt. He started out as a professional trader, as a money manager, and I would be shocked if he's managing other money today. I'm sure he's trading his own account, and I'm sure it's a lovely, lovely large one. It's important to know that it is sponsored by Bookmap, but you're never solicited for anything in the Traders Lab. And I cannot say that for any other Bookmap Discord room because I don't go there. So there you go. Tom doesn't, they do not call, it's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trading room. It's a Discord room where, and Tom focuses on comments and stuff around theory and risk management and analysis of price action, looking back over the current session, but not live trading nor trade calling. So there's that. So there you go. And I was quite active there. until I actually took the advice to focus on my own market and narrate my own market. What am I trading? Rather than paying attention to yucking it up in a Discord room of what somebody else is doing, right? Makes sense to me. So that's why I have started the stream, and I have explained early on why I stream it, because I don't have to change my focus from, I can focus on the market and the narration, and everything's captured on the video, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking, and it's the perfect, transparent and fully accountable journal. And I trade live. So there you go. Okay. Now we're 25. Now I want to get to something that's really important here. And that is, being able to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel. And it's really important to be aware of the status here. And I'll tell you exactly why in a minute. But the way you do that is you click the padlock and you select an account. Now, the new Bookmap, you select an account, and then you put in whatever your instruments are, however many you're going to trade, in this case 5. And you can close the button again, meaning that you get the screen real estate back, but you have all the metrics up here, and you have cancel and close, and you'll notice minus 31.25. Well, that's because I wasn't on, my A game here, and I wanted to resize this column. I had left this active from the Globex session last night, and I accidentally clicked in this column over here and had a long on from right here. You see, I was going to grab the thing and move the price ladder up or down, and I was on the wrong side of that price ladder in this active data column, and I suddenly had a long on of 5 contracts down here. Well, the minute I saw that, I, cancel and close as fast as I could, but it still cost me 31 bucks. So it's real important to not activate this thing until you're damn sure ready to be trading. The old version of Bookmap, previous release, you could select whether it were a DOM column or a active chart column to trade. And I often kept only the DOM column active until I was really ready to focus, for this very reason, because this is not the first time I've accidentally been trying to point something out over here, or the big one is trying to resize this data column and have the mouse just drift over here like that. Boom. That's a long, or a trade, or an order, but in this case a trade, because it was above price. So instantly that was a long right here. And I closed it out as fast as I could, and I'm gosh darn glad I did, right? Because look what we've done. We've sold off 60, 50, 42, nearly 20 handles. Catastrophic loss would have been. So be really careful. Now I'm going to set up some other stuff that I have to do first. I better stop jabbering because we're going to open pretty quick. I want to make sure that the trade statistics are going to the right one, and they are. I want to make sure that multi-brackets is on. Multi-account trading, I'm sorry. And fortunately, this was not active, so that's only 31 bucks on one account rather than copy traded to the other 5. So that's a little better, I guess. And now I want to make sure that the same situation exists with the potential hedge setup, which is going to be right over here. And I want to make sure that's on the right account and that it's for the right size. And I can click it and okay. Now, I'll talk about the hedge principle. It's nothing mysterious. It's just an alternative trade management idea. And it is, I will never trade without a hard stop or that trade management in place. I will never move my stop away from my entry. Those are just no, nanette. And we're going to open here in 35 seconds. So I guess I've got this up to date as tough as I can get it. I don't hope that you were able to see over here. So here you go. Be damn careful. And well, it reset now, so it thinks that it thinks that that's the new setting. I wonder what's going to happen with the delta. Jesus, this is annoying. Well, it resets again, but the delta didn't reset. What the hell is going on? As with so many things here in the stream, it's important. This goddamn delta still hasn't reset. What's going on here? Jesus, that's a pain in the ass. Do as I say, not as I do. Anyway, my mistakes are a good learning opportunity, I hope, for someone. And this is definitely one of them. I was tired last night. I really tired yesterday, and after the Globex stream, I didn't do my usual checklist, which is continually updating as I change elements of my procedure, and leaving these active was really stupid. I would like to understand from Bookmap why they've removed the capability to deactivate this damn thing. Maybe it is in the software somewhere else now. I don't know. But yeah. So we got the low, we got the high. I need to stop griping and get over here to switching my systems from full session to RTH. So now we have just eliminated the Globex. Here's yesterday's RTH session, and here we are. So what kind of a gap do we have? There's the close, and there's the open. Pretty big one. Session, we are not out of session because we open. Well, we might have, I don't know. No, we opened in session, so. Let's see here. And we'll change this. Trying to figure out what I'm doing here. So, wrong one. Want that. Come on. Oh, gee, come on, wake up, buddy. There we go. So here's our new RTH session right down here on the lows. And here we are. Now we're going to jump over, save this damn thing, and jump over to the mini side of life. You notice that I reformatted and renamed the quote pages based on the ideas that I was discussing yesterday. I don't know whether it'll have any effect on the efficiency of the performance or not, but anyway, you get the point. Okay. Mm-hmm. Save. And let's mosey over here and get back to where we started. So we've got an on-farm payroll in and out. Very little reaction, basically. But that's to be understood with the new approach to data. If you don't like what the data says, just change the data. That's really mature, isn't it? Pretty scary, actually. And we'll turn on some music here so that this damn thing gets going. You know, just listening to me talk all day. Okay. All right. Where the hell am I now? We're open. I didn't get that in there. We're open. We've reset. IB highs in place. IB lows in place. Notice why I put these initials, because nobody's home anymore. There was the high. Here was the previous POC. Excuse me. And there we go. Now, these levels here are the percentage base calculated from the initial balance high and low range, or the IB range, and that's the initial. That's the basic edgeful initial balance trade that I'm working here. Assuming here shows up. Hello, wake up. Anybody home? There we go. Now this is, still dragging his feet, but here we go. And this is the there it is. There we go. No, there we were. I don't know what we're doing now, but something. Jesus. So, this is essentially the trading system, and it's probably a good time to just explain that. Bon dia, Antonio. Good time to explain that. These are forward testing and back testing trading strategies. Remember, in the pre-market, I don't take any setups or trades that are not pre-vetted statistically. Really, with proper techniques. Anyway, so this is the system for the initial balance based on the EF data over here. And this will be forward trading on live data here and it will be displayed on this chart in the simulated environment of IRT, because I am not confident in this system or my ability to code at this point to have it trade real money, IRT. And the same for the original IB statistic. IB, now yesterday was great. This took 78 ticks, this system. But it's, again, this is just trading in the simulated account for IRT. And these charts have nothing to do with the system. They are simply a visualization tool for me to determine if the system is doing what I think it should, when I think it should. So, yeah, this is pretty rough, But there you go. I changed these quote pages around and got rid of the minis and the micros and all of that on the two different sides, seeing if that doesn't help with the lags a bit, because I was noticing a big problem with the difference between the micro MQ and the mini, and big discrepancies. So we'll see if it keeps up to date properly and keeps synced better. And you notice that these are just the minis over here. So Hopefully that'll help. Trying to reduce the lags. Right now there's none, so that's a good thing. Maybe so, huh? Wouldn't it be funny if that was all there was to it? You never know. So 8:40. I've got one fat finger in the can already. That's such a pleasure. Again, it's in the stream. No, it's, yeah, would be definitely in the stream. I think. Let's just check. No, 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the stream. Getting ready. So I apologize, but here you see it. I was going to adjust I wanted to adjust the price level to $1 as I usually keep it, or 1 point. And I got right over here just far enough to click. You see how that mouse pointer turns to a little dollar sign? That means you're on dangerous territory. And look, it stays there. So if I click, no, that's kind of interesting. If my mouse is over the price level and I don't notice it's the dollar sign and not the mouse arrow, and I click right now, there'd be another long entry right here. Ooh. That's kind of, So, anyway, here we go. Now we'll get Blue Boy on the job here for the morning. Assuming he's, done all his things that he needs to do. Brush his teeth. Did you brush your teeth, Blue Boy? Okay. Let's slap one on over here. Now, Tam's new schedule today is exciting. It's going to be, I need to bust out of here at 9:30. No, 10:30, sorry. That's pretty close. That's Blue Boy. So, we know that if we can see this on the left and we can see this on the right, we have the entire session in view. And we're going to come down here and grab this liquidity at 25. You watch and see. They've been doing that pretty methodically lately. Been doing that Globex opening range trade analysis every night this week, live streaming. And the reason I do the live stream is because I have a commitment to take no trades off the stream. So if I see an opportunity during that overnight or during that those two sessions, and I want to, put a trade on, I can. I haven't done so, but the point of the stream of me watching is to identify some accounts or some opportunities. So the way to do that is to trade them. And we continue to trade to sell down. This was a big selling day. Wednesday. Bit of a squeeze over here. All these people, irrational, exuberant children over here that think we're going to the moon, Alice. And here we are today. What's going to happen? I don't know. What would I think should happen? Big difference. I think that this market is going up on fumes and BS. The economy is in the dumper. Unemployment has doubled. So has inflation. Thanks to this little brilliant idea they had in Iran, we now have a huge supply chain problem. Fuel prices have gone up substantially. None of those things, in my opinion, add up to all-time highs. But I can assure you of one thing: nobody calls me and asks me what I think. So there you go. And here comes that liquidity. Here comes the liquidity knocking on that door, and I'm gonna jump over here and start looking at the data and the plotting of same. Now I need to do this. I still can't get over how slick this trading view thing works, and I never looked at it all this time. Okay. So, our news is pretty much out of the way, except who knows what's going to happen with tweets or us, right? I mean, we are in a geopolitical free fall, flat spin, whatever terminology you prefer. And the economy has got some numbers that were not particularly good. Unfortunately, like I was mentioning in the pre-market, the new philosophy for reporting data is to make a ridiculously low or high forecast number, so that whatever number they actually do put out comes in better. Pretty obvious. I mean, but it's so superficial and so transparent. I wonder who the hell believes that, or who falls for it, in my opinion. You know, here's non-farm payroll. 179 last month. They forecast 85,000. So anything's a beat. In reality, 7,000 loss, but you know, it's the new idea, I guess. Wow. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on now that surprises the hell out of me. So if you were so inclined to take this opening swing when we put in the high and go short, aren't you proud of yourself today? I certainly would be. That's 30 handles. Isn't it? Yeah. 50 to 32. Now, if I can keep from making another trade that I don't want to do over here, I'm going to push. This is what I was trying to do when that happened. There, that's all I was trying to do. I wish there was a way that I could add a hotkey to prevent this column from being live. In other words, I have to hold down the control key when I click or something. As it is now, in order to put in a limit order, for example, you hold the shift key and then right or left click above or below, a price. But in my case up here today, I was just trying to do what I just did, but the mouse had gotten, look at that. I'm still overpriced. The mouse is still on price, but you notice the pointer has changed to a $sign. That means if I clicked right here, right now, I'd have a long on. A market long, which means down here. That's exactly what happened here. I clicked up here on price, but it was in that same situation, and I was suddenly long right here. Aren't I glad I am? I've practiced that screw up, and I immediately hit close and cancel. Otherwise, otherwise I'd have been long here, and we're down 30 handles. That's a real big oops right there. That's not the kind of oops you want to brag about to your gal. So I'm probably forgetting something because I'm still thoroughly pissed at myself about that. But let's see where I am. I'm going to be real careful about where Mr. Mouse is now. And that is also because, as I said in the pre-market, I had left the trade control panels active and on an account. Had these not been active, click all over the damn place, doesn't matter. As it is now, they were active, and this is set for, and let's hope I'm correct, this has been set for trading, and it is multi-account. Yep. Trading stats are going where they're supposed to go. Okay. That part's all good. And as I've said earlier, I'm not using the multi-bracket for the risk neutral original risk neutral setup, neutral trading setup. I am set up for the hedge risk management, or trade management for the hedge. And how that works, we'll go over in a little while. Come on, man. Well, it's still got no lag, so that is one hell of an important development there. If that all it was required was to get rid of those extra quote page tickers, that's going to be pretty surprising, isn't it? Let's see about over here. Yeah, no lags. I'll be go to hell. See, there's a gal. There's a god. And she's pleased with me today. As my daughter-in-law likes to say, there, when God created man, she was only kidding. So here's the basic setup of this this thing that we're going to be tracking based on the new data analysis. IB high, IB low, percent levels of the range right here. There's the values. There's what they are. This is IB low. This is 25% from the low, 50%, 25% from the high. Or if you want 25, 50, 75, you know, take your pick. But that's how it works. That's how the statistics are done originally. They can be changed, but that's how they're done in Edgeville, which is my data go-to thing now to try to circumvent or try to save myself the pain of struggling through coding stuff up because I'm not very fast or efficient at it. There's no problem with the backtesting or the data or the reporting from IRT that I'm aware of. Maybe something I don't know anything about. But I don't think so, because this program's been around a long while and has a very excellent reputation. My problem is that I am an old cowboy from Montana. I'm not a code wizard from Jersey or someplace, you know what I mean? So it's not like I can just breeze through this and say, okay, here we go, and know that this is all accurate and it's going to do what I want. So that's what I'm trying to get around, because my goal is to trade and have a statistically driven, consistently profitable trading business, not be the world's best system coder for IRT. So there you have it. And I'm not going to vary from my commitment to only trade vetted trades. I mean, that's the alternative. Just throw all this crap out the window and go, Yahoo, I'm a gunslinger now, let's go. And there's a lot of, if you make, remember, I maybe haven't said it yet, but if you are consistently profitable with gunslinging and, you know, throwing crap at the wall and going, oh, that looks like a short, don't change whatever you do. What I am trying to do is develop a consistent, systematic methodology to achieve consistent profitability. Because this is my business, to rely on it, support my family, and, you know, live. This is not a game. I am using in case you're curious, anyone here listening, I'm using the Edgeful data analysis, looking at that. I am also trading these Lucid accounts because that was the only way to effectively de-risk from live trading 2 micros. How do you get lower than 2 micros and still have any kind of room to have scaling and things like that? So what I had to do in order to be able to have a meaningful ability to trade and potential, you know, get potential payouts was to go this route. And my, you know, the minute this is happening properly, then I'll get right back to my live funded AMP account, which is funded with my money. But at the moment, this is the Lucid thing for payouts or whatever you call it. And also risk management, de-risking so that I can work on this hedge idea for trade management. Look at this go. Now we're coming up to the top of the hour, which is, of course, not the initial balance. Remember the definition, it's the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So we've got another 30 minutes to go. But in thinking about that, the way the hedge trade management system is going to work or works, this was contributed here in the chat and conversation by Anton. It replaces the hard stop at the exact same location. So it gives an alternative to a hard stop, but it is in effect actually improves the stop. So the way this works is, assuming we take a trade at, let's make it an even number, let's say 75.20. What will happen with that entry will be 5 micros will be entered first. Now let me get the rest of my crap figured out over here. Hold on a minute. Let me get a couple windows changed around so see what I'm doing. All right. I just wasn't set up for this yet, and I'm still pissed about that fat finger. Okay, so that would be 5 micros. And the basics, and what did I say it was going to be? A 75.20, right? Wow, Jesus, we already sold off 5 handles. Well, let's make it 75.15, and that's closer to where we are. So let's get over here and let's look at this tool that I built, which is perfectly happy to share these. 75.15, if that any of these tabs could help. So there's the entry at 75.15 for 5 micros. We're going to have a 12 tick stop, which is 3 points. So there's our entry. We're going long, say, mean reversion. You can also set this to ticks or not, and set this for long or short. It just redraws over here and reallocates these. Here, I'll show you. Reallocates those. You see how the prices all switch and it keeps this stuff centered? So there you go. All right, there's our entry price. Our stop is at 74.12, 3 points, right? Okay, here's our stop setup. 5 more long micro and 1 mini short, because you need, the ratio is 10 to 1. So 2 things are accomplished in doing that. The average price becomes 74.1350. It's a direct hedge, 100%, and the maximum risk is 1.5 points. In this case, $75. So that might be the wrong value, but anyway, here's the risk. If price can go down to the floor, it can go to the moon. If you don't close either side, long or short leg, that's the maximum you're going to risk on the trade, no matter what you do. Now, got a big volume spike going on here and crap happening with the data. Let's imagine that price goes up and price gets to 74. Oh, I've got the wrong thing in here. Sorry about that. It's 75.15 there. I mean, it just readjusts. All this stuff is automatic. So just with the code, right? It's real simple. You just do this deal here, sequence. Anyway, so let's assume that, let's pretend that the price trades back up to 75.14. Okay, so let's say that we're going to take off the short hedge at 75.14. So here's scratch. Price has to continue trading from 75.14 to 75.15.5 to be a dead scratch. Taking off the long, taking off the short leg at that price. Obviously, you have to be vigilant with risk management, because if you take off the leg and all of a sudden price starts going the wrong way, you better get out of that thing in a hurry. So that's the way it works. The idea is that you have a stop at the exact location, but you have the ability to buy some time and actually reduce the full stop value, if that makes any sense. So the hedge would be then, over here would be 5 lot, would be an entry of 5. Down at 3 points lower would be another 5 entry, the same direction. And over here on the mini would be a limit order going the other way, or 1. That's all there's to it. I'm not real clear about that. One of the things that I try to work on a lot with replay, which I haven't been able to do this week because I've been doing the Globex, is the sequence and the cadence of taking off whichever leg to take off when. That's obviously real important, and how fast and at what level to put in the stop, the hard stop, after whichever leg is removed. And you can always restock, you can always put in another hedge. That's another option. But, so let's get over here now. We're 9 o'clock. We had the 9 o'clock wiggle. They sold them down here to the 5s. And we're tucking it up a little bit. Don't ask me what any of that means, but, sounds good, right? Sounds official. Sound like a market wizard. Oh, he's a market wizard. It's about as far from what I am as flat as a flipping moon. Come on, man. I can do this, I think. Yeah, I can do that. So here we go. Here's price. Isn't it? No, this is the POC. Yeah, that's price. Why isn't that looking right? Something looks goofy to me. This is supposed to be moving. Huh. Huh. Uh-huh. What am I? I'm on the wrong. What's going on here? Come on, RT. I was all bragging about you being all lackluster and not lagging, and now what the hell's going on? Well, let's try this. Here's price. This is the full session, isn't it? Yeah. So there's the RTH session. So why isn't this moving? Why isn't price affecting this? Hold on. Yeah. Price is right here, but it's not drawing the price line. I don't know. Ah, damn it. Sorry. Gosh darn it. Oh. 6.5, yep. Well, that's really weird. There should be a line at price and it's not drawing it. This little gizmo right here is flashing back and forth. That asterisk, there's always some crap going on here. And you can see price over here with the highlighted price number, but the point is the yellow line is supposed to be zooming up and down and with price. Jesus Christ. Okay, big deep breath, and here we go. Is this a reversal? Do we have a 1, 2, 3 reversal going on here? Let's see, A, B, C, higher lows. The theory about that old price action trick is if it takes out this middle leg, then it's a reversal. The static boys would be calling this a bar trade with a breakout and a retest. So yeah, there's like everything in trading. Any point in the market you look at, you can interpret whichever way you want it to go. I'm still pissed about the market profile over here. Oh, well. Oh, well. So let's get to the job at hand here, I guess. This is not working right either. Come on, RT, please. This thing is just all balled up now. No legs because it's not doing anything. Jesus, not funny. This is not cheap software either, and it's a subscription, you know. I'm telling you. I am so impressed, and I'm so impressed with TradingView, having never monkeyed with it before. It's pretty incredible. So, well, we're pulling back to the POC. Here's Antonio's VPOC migrations all the time. So let's see if that's the short, eh? We've got a couple other TLab derived trade setups in here. This would be the mid or VWAP, VPOC. Obviously way too close for that to be a thing. Shorting this, though, could be a VPOC migration and put the hedge on with my but that's not a trade that I've vetted, so that's contrary to my belief. Contrary to my trade plan, even though it's going to run away and I'm going to be today. I do have a bit of reprieve on my bus duties. I don't have to blow Dodge out of here till 10:30. Yesterday had to leave right at 9:30. Well, that's just magic when you're trading the initial balance trade, right? So what do we have on our reversal? We have higher lows and higher highs. That is so weird. I don't know what's up with this market profile chart. It's plotting just perfectly normal here on the full session. What the hell? Is there something going on I don't know about? This is what I expect to see for the this RTH session, which is, you know, oops, not that. It isn't that. And that's not what we're getting. We're getting this here, and we're not getting the line at price. Jeez. Oh well. Okay. A double VPOC migration. Now both of them are down there. The full session and the RTH. Double trouble. So welcome to the stream, and remember, or let me say again for the record, this is my virtual trading journal. I only trade vetted setups, so I will anticipate a potential trade. If the trigger fires, I'll put the trade on or execute, and then I'll manage it live in real time here in Bookmap. These over here on IRT, these particular trades, like this one, is following the same deal that we're going to look at the data here in a minute. These are trading, the system is trading live data, but within the IRT in a simulated environment, so that I can forward test and not risk anything money-wise. And the purpose of the chart is simply to visualize that what I expect to be happening in the trading system is happening when and where I expect it to. So there you go. For example, over here on the old-fashioned one, at 9:30, which it is not yet, at 9:30, these pullback and continuation zones will start plotting. So that's how it all works. Now let's look at the let's look at the data. And this damn thing, there we go. Oh, look at there. Now it's working. Go figure. I guess maybe the market profile elves were just bashful, huh? And I just had I had to take them off the screen, and now they're all happy again. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's look at my data. The new data tool, which is Edgeful, and this is something I just put in a ticket over here for something that I noticed. We identified in the Globex Wednesday night with Stephen, and we discussed it, and then we checked it again last night, and it had not changed, so I sent a ticket in to ask the question. So the first thing that happens with this is Edgeful. This is my new data analysis rig to try to limit the time I spend coding these strategies to backtest them, to vet them, but yet not losing any of the accuracy or the methodology for properly backtesting the system. So we'll skip over the what's in play and the gaps and all of that kind of stuff and cut to the chase. The first trade that we're watching for, or I'm watching for every day, is the IB, the initial balance trades. And hopefully I've gotten these. No, I haven't. Damn it. I gotta get these templates working better. But, you know, kind of new to this thing, so bear with me. So here we have the MES, 60-minute initial balance trade. And we're looking back at 6 months of data, and this is the standard report. There's a 74.8% probability that we will break one side of the initial balance. 22% will break them both. Both. And 2.36% we won't take either one. And there are the percentages over here, and here are the frequency and the data points for this report. Now this is pretty much understood, so I don't really go through this a lot every day because this doesn't change much, and we know, right? But here's where the big stuff starts to happen. By weekday, I want to point out to you now, this is the same idea, and this, notice this is set on New York, because this particular session that they have set up as a default in here is the New York cash market, 8:30 to 1600. 9:30 to 1600. That's the same as my Chicago time or Central Standard Time, 8:30 to 1500. So this is cash. I created a couple of different sessions here, but this one is the full session, not the cash session. And typically, I don't trade out of the cash, so I'm just lazy, and I don't need to create a new one. I know what it means, okay? But that's an explanation. So, based on Monday, 69% we break out single, double, none. Watch Tuesday. 61, 38, no occurrences of not breaking the IB. 80% probability on a Wednesday. 75% on a Thursday. And Friday, we've got 88% probability that we're going to break out a single breakout and only 12% that we're going to double. That starts to perk your, I hope, perk your little spidey senses about how we might approach this statistic to trade. in another 10 minutes. So the next idea is, well, first of all, let's think about that. Oh, let me go one other step. When you subscribe to Edgeful, you are given access to a whole bunch of indicators for TradingView, which I was not familiar with, but these are all the indicators that you can use with all the Edgeful indicators that you get with your subscription for trading to Edgeful for use on TradingView. And the ones that I'm using here now are the sessions, the opening candle continuation, which sets bias, and I'll show you how that works, and the initial balance. And here's the statistic box for the initial balance. So far, we've got a 42 handle initial balance going on here. That's pretty substantial. And bias at this moment is down. And the way that works is the opening candle of the session is of the initial balance is here. Let me be sure I state this. This indicator of this with this red line indicating the bias does not have to be the same duration as the initial balance, but I choose to set it that way so they're both 1 hour. Here's the open, here's the close. At this moment, if it goes up, it'll be up here, it'll change to green. That's how that works. That's called the continuation candle. So, and this is the initial balance high, the initial balance low, and these are the zones, 25, 50, 25 off the bottom. And in this case, the initial balance high was put in first, right here, right? And the initial balance low has been put in after that, so far. If it turns around and goes up here and takes out a new initial balance high, well, then the initial balance low was put in first. But the cadence of which level was formed first is really important to the data. Typically, I mean, basic rule of thumb is the most preferred or most probable level to be taken first is opposite the first one that was put in. So the IB high was the first to be formed. The most likely probability to be taken out first is the IB low. There you go. Now, so I forgot about the candle thing, and excuse me. Opening candle continuation. Here we go. Oops, right here. So this is the opening candle beauty that we were just looking at. And here is the basic, if it's a green candle, there's a 75% chance we'll have a green day and vice versa. Let's look at the days of the week. Now, changes quite a bit, huh? If it's a red candle on a Friday, there's only a 20% chance it'll be green and an 80% chance it'll be red, vice versa. Monday, Tuesday, they don't vary a lot. Look at that one. So that's that. This is that. The indicator associated with this is this beauty that draws this line right here. And the initial balance high and low, and the levels are over the top. So we understand where we are with that. Now we can go to the initial balance breakout, which is the next one. And let's look, here's the basic one that we were just looking at. And now we're going to go by days, which we did by weekdays. On Friday, 88% probability we're going to have a single breakout. So what does that say? Well, it would say to me, if the IB low is taken in, right after the IB forms, I sure as hell am not going to be trading mean reversion probably. I'm going to be looking for continuation, don't you think? And the next thing we need to do then is go to the buy rejection report, which is pretty important also. And let me get the custom stuff cleaned up because I'm pretty sure, yeah, Thursday. Let's go to Friday. And let's get rid of the ending zone report or data. All right. Here are the statistics. If the IB high is formed first, there's a 70% probability we'll break the IB low. That makes sense, doesn't it? 30%, but 30% would take the IB high. So it's not a slam dunk. It's not, like 2% and 100. Opposite for the IB low being formed first on Friday. And the ending zone data is not applied yet. So that's what we'll wait for. Next is for the IB to be formed. And at that point, we can look at the retracement. And this is kind of something that's important. Again, we got to change the customizations from yesterday. Okay. This breakout means to the top or long, and breakdown means to the short. So we've just determined from our last report and from our data over here, highly likely we're going to take the IB low out or break down. That's the preferred probability. So that means over here. If the IB low is taken first, there's a 77.78, so let's call it 78% probability that price will retrace to the 25% level. 44% it'll retrace to the 50. And we don't have, so what does that mean? Well, let's look at IB, this one here, because it's easier. If we take the IB low, there's a 78% probability we're going to retrace to here. And a 44% we're going to retrace to here. So getting along the breakout down here at the bottom has got a pretty guaranteed idea you're going to get spanked pretty hard on the retrace. That's the way I interpret that data. Now, something else that happens that I don't think much about, we are 3 minutes away from the IB to be set. This is the ending position of the candle so far. Wherever this candle closes, in whichever one of these zones, is the ending zone data. And the way you assign that data is if the IB high is put in first, then the assignment goes 0 to 25%, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. If it's the other way around, it's 25 to, there you go, backwards. And the way you determine which one of those percentages applies to the data is where the final close is of the opening range or the IB, however you have this candle set. And I have them set the same. So at the bottom of the hour here, where this closes and here's to the next one, that's going to set this range up. There are people who also, as you can imagine, they try to front run this. Well, we've got prices going down, we've got a bias is short, we're at the bottom of this, we've got a higher 78% probability we're going to take out the IB low. Now, in my opinion, there's no meat on the bone here to go short down here. If we were trading up here, that could be a viable idea to trade toward the target, toward the low. The more conventional way the data was put together was wait for the low to be taken out, enter on the retraces, and trade in the direction of the trade. I mean, this is just how I'm interpreting this stuff now, and hopefully I'm right. Or that's what the purpose of this whole mission is to figure out if all this is doing what I think it is, and that I'm using the tools the right way. So I hope that's I hope that's probably clear as mud, huh? Yeah, so if, please comment, drop something in the chat. Welcome to the stream. Like and subscribe, that's super. Big help, and contribute in the chat. The purpose of this stream is a collaboration so that we all progress towards consistent profitability. I think that's why we're all here. If you're here for an adrenaline rush or to play a video game, cool. But that's not my purpose or my goal. That's why I'm pretty much a stick in the mud with procedure, and I don't chase, I don't FOMO, I don't move my stops, I trade vetted setups, and that's where I am now. This is where I am in my process now. Certainly not my way or the highway, that's for sure. And what do we got going on over here? Oh, I gotta go wake up Sleeping Beauty here, I think. So we have now set the initial balance. We can zoom over here to our little cute little thing. There's the initial balance. It's 47 handles. That's a hell of an initial balance. That's a biggie, in my opinion. In micros, of course, the initial balance high was formed first, and we have not taken either one of them yet. Now, here we go. Looking at this one, here we go with this. This is the closing candle, so we have a 0 to 25% ending zone. But here we are up here. This is starting to get into the range where somebody could take a front run to the low. I'm not going to do that because I don't think that's got... In my data previously to using these tools, by capturing data, front running the statistic had a low probability for me. We have a 78% probability that we're going to take the IB low in this configuration. I'm going to go put the ending zone number in here. We'll do that right now, and that will increase it. So let's get back to the rejection report. We have the correct day. We have all of this crap, and let's get over here to the ending zone beauty. And that's right here. There's the explanations from their text. Here's our zone. There we go. So there you have it. The initial balance high was put in first. We have basically 100% probability that we're going to have a breakout to the downside, looking back on the ES for 6 months of data. Is that front running justified? Very likely. Looking at that data, isn't it? So let's go to how this will be working over here. We don't have, now the way this system is set up to trigger is there needs to be a breakout, open inside, close outside, and then there needs to be a pullback to this low, and that's where the trigger goes. We're coming up to the 50 here. All right, let's go over here. Let's go here. Now what have we got going on? Well, we have a VPOC migration a couple of times. We've got the mid, and we've got the VWAP down here. But we've basically got the reversal story going on again, and we're coming back up off the lows. I hate these freaking ledges. I never know what to do with them or which way to jump. But there is an old TLab trade, if you're from over there, that's mid or VWAP to VPOC. Well, what is that? That's 5 handles. That's not much meat on the bone there, really. But take a short here, put the hedge up here, and target the IB low. Maybe. I'm not sure why we're having this story here, to be honest with you. There's the blue boy. So this is our first print. What is context? It's down all day so far. Oh, man. My eyes are killing me. 75.30, we could go short at 75.30 and put the hedge. The thing that's got me a little worried is notice that we've got this liquidity laying up here, and they seem to be really fond of going to that liquidity lately. Now, I don't know whether I'm just, anxious and frustrated, or whether I'm having to judge whether Monkey Boy is involving this decision or not. But my inclination is to put a short on right here and put the hedge trade management into it and see what the hell happens, to be honest with you. As we trade up, right? So 75.30. 33 would be the hedge. Let's see what price does here. Buyers are stepping in. I don't know what to think, to be honest with you. It's a real thin Lizzy right here, huh? Is there something going on? Wait a minute, let's do a quick look at the news and see if somebody has decided that they're going to start talking about something, or what else. Nothing. Nobody is nobody's ponying up to talk. SpaceX. Oh, Trump. Growth does not mean inflation. Oh, Trump's talking. Okay. With a great jobs report, and like just announced, stocks should go up. Truth Social. Well, there you go. So he's telling people what to do. I mean, he's giving trade advice. I'm wondering if I should short this right here and put the hedge on. The Trump trade is a scary thing to fight. I don't know what to do, frankly. I really don't know. I could put an order in here at 30 and the hedge at 33, and then stand by, I guess. Yeah, the great jobs number. See what I mean about that way they're spinning the numbers now? That's really disappointing for me. So I have likely, I still have this edge, this damn ledge down here working. And I don't know what to do about it, to be honest with you. What do you think? The data says we're going out the bottom. Let's put on a short right here. Oh, what the hell is all of that? Wow. I didn't see that one before. Okay. That's pretty surprising. And another one here. And the hedge long over here.
Order submitted.
Wait a minute here, 33. Way up here. Have I done this right? Yeah. So the hedge is in. I didn't know it was going to put the. I guess it's going to do that because of the copy trade story. And now, had I done this when I was discussing it a minute ago, I would be, eight handles in the money. So this is quite possibly just a missed opportunity. He who hesitates is lost. Yeah. So what have we got? 75.30. Short. I'm using this 75.30 short, and it's running away from me. So I blew it by overanalyzing this situation. And there would have been a lovely trade. And of course, the hedge doesn't necessarily have to trigger. And once you get into profit, you can immediately switch to trailing stop, etc. So I'm going to cancel these orders. That was essentially that isn't the move to the IB low, but that's pretty random move below the gap, below the ledge. So I'm thinking to take it off here. And go spank myself for being a wuss and hesitating right there. 30 to 17, 12 handle. All right. Hedge is off, trades are off. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens now. That's a clear case of confirmational bias being a big problem. Why didn't I just make that decision right there when I first spoke about it? That's how quick and how the dynamics can change. Damn, well, I hope that's a good example that when you have a signal trade, of course, this isn't really a signal trade. This is a front run. And I have a real problem. I have an overactive control mechanism to be damn sure I'm not, listening to Monkey Boy or FOMO or, primarily Monkey Boy, And what I mean by that is my euphemistic personification of all those psychological problems that we have as traders that came down in our wiring. Fear of missing out, desire to be right, confirmational bias, the ability to see patterns that aren't there. I've got to rectify in my head whether I'm going to take front run trades or wait for the actual statistical setups. And if I'm going to, I need to have parameters about that. Okay, what is the distance from the front run? What's I'm just throwing things out here, thinking out loud. Well, there's a pretty good probability, huh? Now, the next thing we need to do is look at a larger sample set. Over 90% say I'm going to front run, and at what pullback? In this case, it was past the 25. Ooh, was it? No, past the 50. So this was really a screw up on my part that I didn't activate that. Even though I put them in, but just late. Late might as well be never. Damn it. That's really frustrating. Oh well. One step at a time, I guess. But if this progresses any slower, I'm going to need to drive stakes to see if I'm moving here. So there we go. Now I've got a school run or a bus run at the bottom of the next hour here at 10:30. But that's fine. That's good, actually. That's called life is what happens while you're making other plans. And you need to have priorities. A balanced priority, I think. Well, I got no lags going on since I adjusted those tickers in the quote page. I wonder if that's it. Could that actually be that? What the hell is all this? Test order canceled. What the hell is all of this? You see it? Ooh, you see this? See this stuff in the notes column up here? I got to make sure this shit isn't firing orders around the world here someplace. Let's see what's up. Nothing there. I do have this IRT set up to flag and show or illustrate the graphically illustrate the trades. So that's what that was. Would have been here. A trade viewer. As long as this trading list is 0 instruments, IRT is not going to be sending trades to the, trying to send trades to a broker or whatever. And that's a really important thing, as you might imagine. So that's why I have one of these on every page, so I can make damn sure that I'm not going to get some surprise or another. Well, now there has not been the IB low, which would be the target here. So, yeah, As soon as this new schedule and this new stuff that Tam's doing settles down, then I'll be able to have a clearer idea of what the hell I'm doing. It's a pain in the ass, but the alternate is, one of the alternate possibilities is that she needs to be in there at 6 a.m., which means a 4:30 reveille here. But that gives me the entire trading session without any hiccups. So, a lot to be said for that. Much as I hate the thought of getting up at 4:30 in the morning, but that might be the best idea. So yeah, I see a bunch of people, concurrent views going on up here. Drop something in the chat. Say who you are, where you are. I'm crazy. This is cool. The music sucks, you know, something. Antonio and I are just hearing birds chirping around here. No, whatever. It's my journal. As you know, in case you don't know, this is my virtual trading journal. Whatever I'm watching is captured real time on these monitors, and my voiceover provides what I was thinking into the recording or to the stream. So, at the moment. So there you go. There we go. So we're hanging on a something else I discovered last night while we're kind of, where am I here as far as monkey mind? Okay, we've got monkey mind. We did the data, hedge data. Some other things that can be done with this. With Edgeful here is something I was looking at last night. You can also do these by time. And I'm trying to figure, I haven't worked, really got a handle on this, so we can do it together. Broke before or broke after, and you can set these times up and get percentages. So in other words, if I'm sitting in a trade, let's pretend over here that I wasn't a wuss, I was a big boy, and I took the trade right here. The target is down here. So it hasn't reached the target yet. It's not in drawdown, but it hasn't reached the target yet. So how long do you sit and wait for that? Well, if I want to contain this or constrain this by data, I can go to this report and look at all things being equal, how long it took to break, did it break after, did it break before these parameters? And like I said, I'm just kind of figuring this out. One thing I know is that you have to have the breakout time needs to be longer after the IB. So in other words, okay, the breakout criteria is 1 hour. And I have the IB size. Wait a second here. Let's just check all. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm over here. Any size by wick. Initial balance is 1 hour. And the breakout time is 1.5 hours. The candle time is 5 minutes. And that only means that candle time becomes an issue if you're not looking at criteria by wick. If you're looking at criteria by close, candle time can be huge. In other words, if this is a 5-minute candle and you're doing it by wick, well, the high can go up to this zone and back down again. Doesn't matter. That constitutes that level. That has achieved the level. If you're going by close, here's a perfect example. If you're targeting the 50% level and you have the criteria by the close of the candle, this candle does not do that. It wicks through the level, absolutely, but it closes below it. So this would not register as a occurrence. So I try to keep everything on wicks because of that. And then 5 minutes is just, I don't ever change it. Break type, single break, and you can also have double break. Weekdays to use, all days. We can filter this off and go to Friday. Go to a single break. Let's go to 2 hours instead of 2.5. So that's one. This would then identify all single breakouts that occur 1 hour after the IB. And that, I think, is what I mean. So 68% of them occur before that time, and 38% occurred after. So if that's helpful, I don't know. But I'm trying to figure this out as we go. So there you are. Because the question always comes into my mind, okay, if it's initial, there's this 80% probability we're going to take the IB low. Okay. When? At some point, because by definition, with our old initial balance statistic, it is at some point between 8:30 Central Standard Time or 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600, which is the the session close. So there you go. And now we're square dancing over here. And now I need to be thinking about busting a move at the bottom of the hour. So make sure I think we ran out of music here. Oh, I'm going to get fired from the DJ union, baby. I'm going to get bounced. Let's go to the something. I don't know. What? Kind of a jazz, mambo, jazz, salsa, blues, what? Let's go with that. Let's wake everybody up. What the hell's going on? Let's do some salsa. Get your Dominican Republic hats on and let's get cooking here. Had a lot of fun there, boy. Great country if you've ever been. La Republic Dominicana. Merengue is the official national beat, and it's a lot of fun. Hey, Stephen. Well, morning. Well, I just threw on, here you go, how I do that, in case anybody else cares, or you, that I use epidemic sound because they very definitely are copyright free. I don't have any problems with YouTube. And some of the free ones that you find on YouTube, this is great lo-fi music for trading. You can use this in your stream. BS. You can test it with YouTube, and they'll say, no, this is copyright problems, blah, blah, blah. So I ended up subscribing to this. And there is a lot. Well, here you go. These are all what I typically do is salsa or mambo or any of these jazzes or some of the blues. And I always filter out the vocal stuff. And the classical, I used to listen to classical a lot, which I like. And a couple of people said, dude, you're putting me to sleep over here. Oh. One thing I've not been able to find is any kind of lo-fi techno, that kind of thing, which a lot of people use for background. I've never really, I haven't been able to find that in here. They do have let me see if this works. They do have, no, wrong thing. I need trends, I think it's called. Yeah, themes, there we go. They do have one here, which I used to use a lot. Vibes. And the first one is this techno thing, laid back lo-fi. It's kind of nice, but it's real short. So I just moved on to the others. Anyway, there you go. Epidemic sound. So I have no copyright strikes. I don't need to worry about that. But I have to worry about, growing some nuts. So I take the trade when I'm signal right over here. I gotta see if I can borrow my balls back from my wife. Take a trade. And the funniest part about the whole music thing is I don't have speakers here on my trade desk, and I don't hear it at all. The only way I can hear the music is if I put on my headset. So it's strictly to be a nice guy. Well, this was a data-driven. Oh, by the way, I sent Stephen. I sent an in-depth ticket to Edgeful about the data that we looked at on Wednesday, and the fact that we very definitely know that the IB low was put in first and that the IB low was taken first, but the statistics still this morning said 0. So I put in kind of a lengthy, no place to just ask a question without having it being a bug ticket. And I explained that it wasn't a ticket, but a question. And then I explained in detail the report that we had set up and what was the story with how often is the data refreshed and all that. I don't think I can. I almost made a copy of it, but I didn't. Somebody's already answered me something. This Brad guy answered me 2 hours ago, apparently. This is a new thing I was looking at that I was talking about, was the report by time. So it's 10:06. I better start looking around the house here for my Levi's. I'm going to be so bummed out when this goes zooming down there and takes out the IB low, and I just completely wussed out right there. Pulled back to the 50. I discussed it at length. Finally put it on with the hedge at the stop. What a wuss. But I didn't chase, which I will not do. So I don't know if that's any consolation or not. Hey, Antonio, you too. Have a great one, man. Have a good stream and talk to you on Monday or whenever. I don't know if you were around here during the pre-market, Stephen, and I also don't know if you execute on Bookmap, but I fat-fingered, got hammered with a fat finger right over here. I was going to adjust the price and accidentally had my mouse just far enough off this price to when I clicked up here at the price, it put a long one immediately. Now I've conditioned myself the second I see that to smack close and cancel. It still cost me 31 bucks. So that's real dangerous, and even more dangerous now because they don't give you the option. They used to give you the option to trade with your mouse on the chart column here, the active data column, or a DOM column, but they don't do that anymore. So this is always hot. And what I noticed was, look at the mouse's $, which means it's active. Watch this. My mouse is clear. Well, my mouse is clear over price, and this is exactly what happened this morning. My mouse is on the price. Price is highlighted. I was going to drag that price, and the minute I clicked down, boom, trade was on. See how the mouse pointer is still a $, instead of an arrow? Well, that's the rest is history, and just as the rest is I'm a wuss history right over here. So there would be 30 to 15, right? 15 handles there. So that would be a substantial, would have been a very nice trade. So there we go. It's been a real exciting morning. A fat finger loss and a wuss out. Jesus Christ. Yep, take care. Have a good stream. God, that's frustrating. Damn it, here we go for the statistic without me. Notice, had I pulled the trigger when I started the analysis right there, no heat to target, really disappointing. And the one thing about trading that you have to remember along the monkey boy lines and your psychology and stuff, you know, if you wonder whose fault something is, just wander into your bathroom and look in the mirror. That's you got nobody to blame but you, and that's the way you should accept the responsibility. Also, remember that the market presents a continual stream of opportunities, which is a great part. Where I am at this point, it's kind of at a disadvantage with that is that I am only trading structured, vetted setups, and I have so few. That's why you need to have an arsenal of tools. You know, if a mechanic shows up at your house and he's only got a hammer, you got to wonder about that. And here we go. There's the statistic going to be achieved here in just a minuto. And wouldn't I have been pretty tickled with life right now? 15 handles. No heat. Would have been a lovely way to do Friday. Let me. Really disappointed in that. In myself. Everything else worked exactly as it should. You know, the data worked right. The reports gave the proper indication. Price action was in accordance with that stuff, and I just dropped the ball on execution. Yeah, Monkey Boy is a real pain in the ass, isn't it? Okay, bottom of the hour here. I'm off to take the wizard. You know, we're off to see the wizard. Usually it's about 45 minutes, so I should be back. Really disappointed in myself here today. You know, when you only trade vetted setups and trades and you exercise extreme discipline not to overtrade or fat finger or make up patterns or wherever else, it's a real sin. You know, it's like it must be one of the commandments there someplace when you don't take a triggered setup. I'm sure it's got to be in there somewhere. It must be, you know, thou shalt not pass up triggers. I don't know, one of them. We're not out the door yet. And of course, yeah, there you go. Right down to the liquidity. Boy, that would have been something, huh? Wouldn't that have been ideal trade per the plan? What a dipshit. Dipstick, whatever, sorry. My goodness. 32.5. Oh, well, there you go. 30 points. 30 points to the tick. Points. Not ticks. 30 points. 120 ticks. Jesus. That's enough to make me sick, actually. Okay. I think we're out the door here. Hope so. Better be pretty quick or she's going to have other problems. Got to get her there before 11. So I'll be back. I hope some of you listened to me and watched the data and acted accordingly. And didn't hesitate for that whatever I was hesitating for and didn't take it.
the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Oh, man. Wow. Well, yeah, boy, did I screw up, huh? Son of a gun. I thought I was depressed when I was thinking about missing it down to the targets here. Jesus Christ. That's 50 handles. Oh my God. Well, I am mega depressed now. I'm not depressed that we're having a sell-off because I think that's what the market needs to do is correct. But boy, am I sorry I'm not on it. Obviously, that's all, hindsight and possibility. I did try to take the trade. We already know I screwed that up in that I waited too long, but obviously I just wouldn't have left the trade on while I was out driving. But boy, that is depressing. Jumping Jesus. Wow. Well, and go rustle around, go rummage around and see if I can find a bottle of wine. Depressing. Wow, I was depressed when I left, having missed that 20 points, and now down another 20 or 25. Gee whiz. insult to injury. This is a situation where the have to be extremely vigilant about Monkey Boy, you know, coming out to play. Oh, here, let's go. Let's starting to see. Well, this is the bar trade, and let's get down and all this stuff. I only trade setups that are vetted. I missed one that was perfect, and I'm paying the price for it. But I'm certainly not gonna. You know, two wrongs don't make a right. So I'm not gonna do something stupid on top of the first thing I did that was stupid. But boy, it is disappointing. Damn. $30. 50 handles. More than 50. 60, actually, but God darn. That's really something I needed pretty badly. Yeah. Yeah, so this is really disappointing. But it's the market is a continual stream of opportunities. Unfortunately, in my case, I only trade structured vetted setups, and I don't have any. I got nothing down here except regrets. Yeah, that's about it. Well, anyway. Well, this is pretty interesting day here now. God, I look at this. Talk about hesitation. There are the two orders for the hedge. I hesitated that long, and there went the market. Really disappointing. Well, let's see now. Man, what a day. What a day, huh? There's my, there's my fat finger. There are my two my entries, which didn't get hit. I suppose I could have been what is going on? Oh yeah, a big eye. You know, a million things you can see in the rearview mirror. I could have hit this when it tested back up again, but I'm pretty religious about not chasing or FOMOing or, you know, that kind of things. Bad deal all the way around. Hey, Magic, what's up? Yeah, it sure as hell is if you're short, my brother. I blew it big time. Well, I didn't blow it, but you can see what hesitation did right here. There's my 2 orders for the hedge, and it didn't come back and take them, and 50 handles later, down here we are. I got to get over being so precise, I guess. And also, early in the morning, before the market, where did that go? I was going to move my price ladder down, and I had the trade panel on, and somehow or another, there's where I clicked to move the price level down, and here's immediately was in a long, so I just got out of it in a heartbeat. But still, $31 or something down. But this really pissed me off right here. Or it made me disappointed, you know. I talked about it at length there about whether I should go ahead and put this on. I thought, yeah, I'm going to do it. And I put the orders in that much too late, never ticked back. But yeah, if you're pulling a short, that's That's fantastic. Good for you. 50 handles. And I'm happy to see the markets acting like they're coming to their senses, frankly. Now I got at the bottom of the hour, I got to go back and get Tam. God, this has been quite the day. Yeah. Pretty darn disappointed, but hey. Beautiful short though. Wow. Read it right. Just, next time I'll be sure to call my wife, have her come in and enter the trade for me because she's probably got bigger balls than I do, I guess.
The beautiful part about that price action is absolutely no heat, you know? Just clean as a whistle. Really nice until it gets down here and starts bottoming out. Looks like they're going lower too. Wow. Wowee. Jesus, you know, and it's because of the scale. This is 30, 20 points? 30. 70 to 40. Last time I looked, that was 30 points. Good God. They are really dumping it. Really dumping it. Well, has something happened else? I think that maybe maybe this we've got a great deal, the war's over kind of thing is maybe not happening. No. Oh, so he's been going on about what he's going to do to Fannie Mae, and I wonder if, you know, when they say things like a lot of oil came out of the Straits of Hormuz with U.S. help and all, do they realize that 3 months ago there was no issue whatsoever in the Straits of Hormuz as far as impeding oil traffic or tanker traffic or shipping? Do you suppose that these guys realize that, or do they recognize that? And do the people to the other, you know, supporters recognize that, I wonder? God, now he's starting on the interest rates with Warsh. What a bad decision that would be. I think. Wow. Anyway. Good God. Good God, y'all. Yeah, well, I'm glad you had a great day, man. That's super. I hope everyone did. I missed one by waffling about 30 seconds. Otherwise, I'd have been in that same boat with you. And that's a nice boat to be in, especially on a Friday. Always nice to go into a weekend on a nice win. That's for sure. Well, at the bottom of the hour, I'm going to bust a move out and pick up Tam. Takes about 45 minutes round trip, so be back hopefully for the closeout and taking into the weekend. Oh, this is a trade I didn't even recognize this. When I was looking at putting this on, I didn't even recognize this as a VPOC migration trade. But it would qualify for that setup. That's pretty funny. Man. Got a string of singles and we're heading out the bottom again. Well, Well, they're still they're still heading for lower ground here. I'm certainly not gonna go short in a hole down here, but man, am I disappointed that I didn't act more convincingly. Really? Damn. Okay, I'm gonna get organized here and get out there and pick her up. I'll be back shortly. If I'm not back and you leave, have a great weekend, and remember that I'll be streaming Sunday evening, the Globex, at 1700 Central Standard Time, and then the usual RTH session, like this one, starting at 8 Central Time on Monday. I expect to be back, but you know, who knows? Who knows? All right, what did they do? Well, they bottomed her out and brought it back up a little bit into the close. How nice of them, huh? Market on close. This is getting so crazy. All my schedule's going south. The market wrap is not wrapping. I do want to kind of see where we are. Look at this. Look at this day. I can keep from putting in another trade over here. Let me just fix that problem right now. And the same thing for the hedge. That was been a couple of pretty disappointing developments here today. So yeah. Not right now. Thank you. Thank you, babe. Where the hell did they go? Oh, I turned it off. Yeah, okay, never mind. So there's the there we are today, and boy, is that ever a sell-off and a half. Wow. The market is finally headed into a correction. That down to the lows of this entire micro composite, which goes back to why won't this thing go away? There you go. Back to including, well, actually almost to here. So back to May 7th. And one about a month of them. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But look at this. Come on, thing. Start working, please. Oh, I'm tired of this. Look at this spotty mess. Singles and more singles, and that's not a very good profile. So they're liable to come back and repair some of this stuff. But let's look at the key thing for where we are for levels. I bet we've taken out a couple of POCs too. We took out two of them. Two naked volume points of control were taken out. Just hanging out above this last one. We still have an hour, more than an hour left, right? But let's get to what I was concerned about here. Let's look at the news. So this is investing.com in case you're not aware. My typical news source. It is normal economic data. It's not press conference this, tweet that. It's normal non-farm payroll, GDP, PMI, the real stuff. And on the other hand, financial juice is they bring in all those random non-typical things, which is good and which I appreciate. Trump speaks at 12:45, right? Never see that in a million years on investing.com. But the reason I appreciate that financial juice does this is, unless you've been living under a rock, you should know that this is a potential risk for our auction. I'm not saying it's political, good, bad, or indifferent, but I'm saying every time this guy says something, there can be a huge reaction to in the market, or tweets something. So that's risk. As traders, our main job is to preserve our account. The fundamental way you do that is risk management. if you don't know about risk, how can you manage it? That's the way I approach it. So back to, let's look at next week. So here are the news and reports out next week. Nothing on Monday. Existing home sales on Tuesday. Core CPI, these are our major movers, on Wednesday. And Thursday, we've got a bunch of them. Oh, EU, sorry. Looking at the wrong thing. PPI, initial jobless, continuing jobless. Those are all big because the jobs market is falling on its head. And Friday, we got the Michigan numbers out and 5-year inflation and consumer sentiment all from Michigan numbers. And then we've got the usual CFTCs. So that's what the news is going to be like. Monday is going to be essentially light or nothing news-wise. Monday, as far as the schedule goes, on the stream, I will be pretty much full day because we're going to have an early start here at about 4:30. So we'll be out of the way, and pretty much the entire session open until I have to pick him up at 2. So until 1:30. So it'll be pretty much be able to focus on the markets until 1 o'clock, about 1:30. Great. So there we have that. What else is going on? Sorry about that. Somebody showed up the door here. So, yeah. What we're going to do now is have the market on close imbalance at 1450 as we do every day. And then I will basically take it into the end of the day. Should have the Globex stream. Will be starting 1700 on Sunday evening. I've been doing that for a week now. I'm going to continue till I determine whether there's something interesting to do in that market. Basically, Globex opening range trade, and then Asia opening range trade, about 4 hours. We'll see if it's worth if there are any interesting opportunities down there. Boy, today was a beauty, and I certainly missed it. Just by being a little bit late right there. Right there. The orders were... there are the two orders that I put in just after that peak. I talked to myself too much right here. There are the two orders. We didn't ever come back up for it, and I didn't chase. But man, oh man, what a trade. And no heat. Oof, oof, oof. Those are the kind that make you feel pretty disappointed when they get away from you. There was our opening range swing, or our closing. She's market on closing balance. Not much of a movement there. Buy side, 483 million buy side S&Ps. Sell side 237 million on the NAS. Sell side on the Dow, and buy side 59 million on Mag 7. Kind of a weak, very weak. These are typically 1 and 2 billion. So that's non-farm payroll day, and there's a lot of uncertainty around this geopolitical mess. Don't seem to have any Jesus. Look at this. Look at who we send. Wickoff and Kirshner. I mean, good criminy Christ. Neither one of them diplomats. Neither one of them subject matter experts. I mean, these are the guys that we're sending around to negotiate with Iran. You know, we're going to send them down to Oak Ridge and see if they can turn into nuclear experts. My goodness gracious. A country with so much depth of talent and professional, diplomatic, scientific depth. It's just incredible. And now he's doing something else. When is this going to happen? 3 o'clock. Top of the hour, I guess. The new one. So, well, boy, am I glad the session's over. I wish I'm very disappointed that I didn't catch that one, but, you know, wait for the next bus. I hope you had a great day. I hope you have a great weekend. Remember to get away from the screens, balance your life, get outside, get some exercise, rest your eyes, get some natural light. This is a really competitive business we're in, and we need to have, it's really important to have work-life balance and be fit, hydrated, well-rested, you know. all of those things. Oh, I'm disappointed about that. Anyway. So have a great one, and I'll be off here in 5 minutes. Then Globex will spool up at 1700 on Sunday evening, and the regular session, regular stream will start at 0800 Monday morning as usual. So here we go. Have yourself a great weekend. Be back here at 1700 on Sunday evening if you're interested in the Globex opening range stuff, and otherwise be here on Monday morning, 8 o'clock. We trade based on, all the trades are based on structured trades and statistically vetted trades to have a positive expectancy using data. Volume, price, and statistics probabilities. And there we go. We're in the final minute of the cash session. Don't forget, this is just the cash. They're going to go until 1600 here with the curb trade and the aftermarket stuff. Thanks a lot for coming by. Like and subscribe on your way out the door. Always great to have participation in the chat. And be looking forward to a similar opportunity Monday. These come far and few between. These are the times that make your week, make your month. And on top of just directionally, you can add on them. So I'm really disappointed that I missed this opportunity today. Frankly, very frankly. And I was, no excuse. I was standing here narrating it. You saw where I put the trades on. And I just took a little too long to compute the data, right? Mentally. So there we are. Let's see what. Have yourself a great weekend, and thanks a lot for coming by. Remember, Sunday night at 1700 for the Globex in Asia OBS. Our opening range breakouts, and then RORB, I guess it is. And the typical stream starts at 8 o'clock on Monday mornings. Have a great one.